Last track, by the way, absolutely spot on. Good afternoon, Airborners. Welcome back to all of you. It's going to be a great afternoon. Massive thank you for turning out once again in droves to this fabulous event, which we are planning to keep going for years and years yet, with your assistance by being here today. But first off, as I said yesterday, the first plan never survives contact, does it? So we're in a flexible flowing environment at the moment. Basically all the aircraft are ready. We are going to fly them all, that's the plan at the moment. We've got a couple of things we're fighting with. One is the mist, which some aircraft, of course, when we refer to as high speed, high energy, are clearly not well suited to this. It's not what we call the goldfish bolt effect. And so for everybody's safety, but most particularly the pilots who are very, very keen to get airborne, clearly are playing at the moment. So all the information I suspect you've had up to now may not be accurate. I know we do our very best to publish in advance. We had a great schedule published first thing this morning, but that has changed. You're going to see all the pilots that are on there, bar the American tanker that sadly wasn't able to get through earlier on in the last half hour or so because of this western weather. But everything else is ready to go, and we are remaining fluid, literally minute by minute, to get the show started, and it won't be in the order I suspect. Much for the first hour. The second hour should be pretty much the same. We've already heard the Reds fixed the issue. Well, not totally, but they fixed it good enough across the fleet to ensure that the team could get airborne, which is great. And the first half of an hour will be judged around a little bit. But plenty of stuff going on, of course, in Eastbourne as well. Just right, I don't know what you got up to last night with us. I checked out the great jazz nights in my favourite pubs, the Stage Door pub, first before then nipping down to listen to the Phil Collins tribute, which was absolutely brilliant. So it's not just airplanes, of course. There's a whole town here and a whole host of people, thanks to Eastbourne Borough Council for putting this together with an evening entertainment show as well. But it is the flying you're here for, and we managed to squeeze in a day yesterday. But first of all, the rules of the ground: look after all your belongings at all times. Don't put anything in the air that you're thinking of, whether it's a balloon, a kite, and definitely not a drone. People will pounce on you very rapidly. Be careful down on the beach. We're pretty much coming up to high tide, if not already just past it. You can see there's not a lot of beach left in some areas, so please be cautious if you're going to dip the toes in, and ideally don't go swimming during the flying, just in the event that somebody does get us a bit swept out. But you'll see we've got lots of rescuers out there as well, and they're obviously here to provide more safety for you. Make the most of the showground on the western lawns. Plenty of activity there in between the different air flying that's going to be carrying on as well. And of course, look after the kids especially, won't you? When the sun does peek out, it's still really, really strong, so make sure they've got a hat, sun cream, and all that sort of stuff. Bottom line though, we're all having a good day out. It's basically free. There's no such thing as a free lunch though, is there? When the bucket collectors come round, please give as generously as you can, and we'll hopefully keep this going forever and ever. Taking a short break now while I check upstairs with the flight management team, doing their very best. Not sure now what we're going to see first, but I've got a pretty good idea in front of me. We will just double check. at 8 o'clock. It's around 20 degrees, so when you do have a dip later, don't be too frightened, just go for it. Maybe those rollers will just decrease a bit as well. Well, anyway, just to give you an update then on the flying, because that's what we're concentrating on. We're going to see, and I'm fairly confident we will see them, if not necessarily at the times we're currently planning, and that is changing by the minutes. But Rod Dean in his Firefly, he's ready to go. He's up at Red Hill at the moment, a few miles up to the north of us, of course, just the other side of Gatwick. He's got that super little, it's a 160 horsepower Firefly, but they come in all ranges. Yellow, ex-training aircraft. Team Raven really stealing the shows around the UK at the moment, because there have been several gaps. We sadly lost the very popular Blades, if you weren't aware of that. They disbanded during the course of the winter. But also the Yakalofs, they're based down in Somerset, and they decided, many of them concentrating on other commercial activities now. The Tutor's ready to go as well. He's down in Showground. All these boys have been on the phone or have been in to brief with us, and he's been shifted to take what was going to be the BBMF place. We've delayed them a little so they can get out of Southend, where they're currently based. So now you're getting a feel for how these air displays work. We're not the only show in town. All of them are doing lots of other little jobs around as well, but we are the main act this weekend, if that makes sense to you. But because of the little delays that they've all suffered, then we're doing our very best, of course, to re-jinx that programme but keep it fluid at the same time. Equally, the Furies in Lyd. Most of the weather is now, of course, to the east of us, so anything east of us, like Lyd and Southend, still what we call in the clag. We're in clearing the clag, but it's not great yet. So hence that little jig in the programme. And then, of course, we've got to be acutely aware of the speeds and the distances that the individuals are coming. And that also includes, interestingly enough, a little other bit of logistical jiggery-pokery that we have to play with. So the Reds are gone into Odium, but we need to get Red 10 here. He's got to get a helicopter, and his timing, you know, is absolutely critical to how most shows are actually run. So that's going to be difficult now that we've moved the BBMF. Chinook, of course, also at Odium as well. Red Arrows, therefore, ready to go. If Red 10 turns up here, which he will be in about an hour's time, then that's good to go. And, of course, the Typhoon. Now, with the Typhoon, although it's got fantastic technology on board, to actually display it at low level and in the tight airspace we use, it's got to have decent visibility. And literally second by second I'm feeling this improving all the time, as I'm sure you are. So that's what we need. And then the Tigers, interestingly enough, this is the strangest set of tide timings that we've had at Eastbourne in many years. And normally you have no issue at all, but yesterday we had too much sea and not enough beach, and the 25 knot wind didn't help either, so we couldn't get the Tigers airborne, which is a great shame. But what we're hoping is that by slipping them right till late in the afternoon, early evening, that you'll all get the chance to see them. Now they're based somewhere else. They're at Headcorn in Kent, and again they're in more clag at the moment, so delaying them until much later is absolutely the right thing to do as well. So we hope to get absolutely everything in the sky for you. Well, I hope that makes a bit more sense, gives you a bit of a feeling of what it's like. I'm the sort of man in the middle, trying to keep you as up to date as possible. Now, the programme is still an exceptional buy, so do make sure you get that as well. There is a draft programme on a daily basis issued with that, but you're now aware that I'm going to be doing that for you, and I'll do that as accurately as I can in the next hour or so. But also, the programme alone has got lots of extra useful discount vouchers in it as well that you can use up around the area. And by buying one, you'll also be entered into an opportunity to win a Citizen Limited Edition Red Arrow Skyhawk watch. That comes courtesy of Bruford's The Jewelers. So it's still a good buy. Go and do it. There's plenty of sellers around the area, so make the most of it. Just £10 be money well spent. So make sure you do that ASP. Okay, well, I'm just going to go offline again for another couple of minutes and see what we can make of getting an update on the first act, which we're hoping will be the Firefly. That, of course, Rod Dean. But the Invisible Man is on. It's probably missed him completely, but of course the well-known classic on a theatre, 7:45 this evening if you want something else to do as well. Music coming up, of course. I gather ABBA Tribute is already sold out, but the Adele night, I'm not sure what the latest is on that. I'll see if I can get an update in the next couple of minutes for you. But do make the most of your plan for later in the day. No need to rush away, of course. But on the general sort of conduct in the afternoon, I mentioned one or two rules, but particularly on the litter side, we're doing our very best, of course, to make this as sustainable as possible for everybody. Please look after your own litter, pick it up, dispose of it sensibly, and if necessary, take it home with you. But there is a great recycling process set up, and one of the points is on the Western Lawns, the other by the Loaf Park Museum, kindly provided us with recycling opportunities by Environment First. If you came here by bus, you went through the park and ride, left your car at 5 Acre Field, very good choice, thank you very much indeed, and that all helped everybody as well. Last bus getting back out this evening was 6:40. And of course, if you cycled or even walked, then extra well done. Take some more brownie points there and treat yourself to a 99er later on this afternoon, won't you? And again, as I say, don't rush around at all. There is a survey. I realise it's a bit frustrating for everybody not quite knowing when and how we're going to start yet. We're literally on the phones, talking viz, talking to pilots, and with the amount of aircraft we've got stationed in sort of about a 50-mile circle from here, then we've actually got quite a few choices to play with. So do bear with us. We will get something up in the air as soon as possible. The messages I'm just getting in is that I referred to staying out of the water for a while. I gather that is now actually being promoted by the lifeguards. Apparently red flags are going up or have already been put up. I see one now. So that is no swimming at all for the foreseeable future. Okay, no swimming. Obviously the tide very high, rollers coming in. I suspect there's a bit of an undertow running down there as well now. So thank you for your cooperation on that one. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, yeah, we're getting close. We are hoping to start in about 6 minutes time now. I gather we should be with Rod Dean and the Firefly. Just keep your fingers crossed that with this little break and gleaming sunshine coming through, will now stay with us for the rest of the afternoon. Which is pretty much what they forecast anyway. This mist hanging around though is just dragging on a little bit. But so about 6-7 minutes to run to our first air display. Good time to top up your teas and coffees. Make sure the kids are sorted. Certainly get those hats and sunscreen out now. It is getting definitely brighter. Get settled in for an afternoon of some fabulous flying. Is we're going to get Rod to fly through the display area, probably in about 2 or 3 minutes time. Okay, so boys and girls, I want you to look out really, really hard for a little yellow aeroplane, and then shout, scream and wave and point to where it's coming from, because I can't see very much from where I am. You only help me out. Okay, and then he's going to assess the conditions for us, and if it's good, then he'll go straight into a flying display. Okay, let's hold on to your hats. YouTube channel that's running on there, or you can go direct to the providers of that, which is AeroView. Luke and his chums are up at the top of the wish tower, taking a good look at everything going on here, and grateful thanks to them as well for providing that service. So plenty of you joining now. It's great to see the chit chat going on as well, and you can already hear me doing my best to keep you posted. We're still looking out for Rod Dean, who's going to come through very soon, next few minutes, and do a preliminary recce of the display area for us. coming through now, and actually some of us are listening in the background to what he's saying. It's not ideal, but do give him a wave. This is Rod Dean, a fabulous little aircraft, the Slingsby T67 Firefly, superb little trainer. But and I regret to say he has declared it unsuitable to start his display. Very restricted viz. He had real difficulty even seeing the pier from where he came in from the Beachy Head direction there. He's climbing away now. Of course, you don't need to worry about him. They are all instrument qualified, the pilots as well, and they can land pretty much in all sorts of weathers. But we're just going to hold him off again for a little while, which is, of course, very frustrating for all of us. But nonetheless, it is for the best, and of course, safety is absolutely paramount. So we'll just take another little break, and I'll listen in to his back brief to the flying management team, who are sitting right above me here, and give you another update on that. You're probably wondering what's going on behind me. Well, what is going on is that we are talking to all the display pilots at the moment, advising them of the current conditions, putting them all back on standby for a little bit longer, and praying for a break in this mist. So I think, you know, if we all sort of squeeze our fingers hard and put a lot of mental effort into it, maybe the collective effort of everybody in Eastbourne will do that. Meanwhile, I just wanted to say hi to a couple of people. First of all, you may well have heard the interview with Nigel Rose a little earlier on this morning. Well, it was his mother, Molly Rose, who of course famously delivered well over 400 aircraft, well over 30 different types and all sorts in her role with the ATA. And of course, very well-known lady, lived an amazing life flying an extraordinary number of different aircraft: Mosquitoes, Hurricanes, Ansons, Mustangs, Gladiators, Wellington Bombers, and in excess of 270 Spitfires as well. And it's really lovely to have the family with us here today. In many ways, a shame you couldn't have been here yesterday when we had a Spitfire festival yesterday, because certain other aircraft couldn't make it, and we actually had 3 different marks of Spitfire in the AS. It was very much a warbird opportunity. But of course, Molly herself had achieved many honours in her lifetime at the Albert Hall Remembrance Concert, and of course also in nominations for a number of things, and led a terrific life. And I'd just like to give my warmest best wishes to the family who are here with us today. Nigel and Wendy, welcome to you, and I hope you have a lovely afternoon, and we do get to see at least one of the 2 Spitfires that we've got lined up for you today. Also, I've mentioned we received a very pleasant and very grateful donation from the Hacker family, who are also here with us, taking some photographs in memory of Len and Lucy Hacker, but also Lee Hacker. But Len, a member of 21 Squadron Bank, a wartime veteran. And we have so many stories in this in region, of course, particularly being in the Channel area, and a lot of memories and connections back to the Battle of Britain in particular, where Kent was Sussex, and all the surrounding counties here were so important to the protection of the entire English shoreline. And our heart goes out to them and their families, who I'm sure are carrying on with us today. But I'm going to really do something risky now. I'm going to suggest we listen to a little bit of well-known music you'll recognise straight away, in the hope that we get what we want here, which of course is a bit of blue sky. Not genuinely helpful, but it is in terms of keeping you informed, and it is realistic. Having gone into conference with an awful lot of pilots and, of course, the air traffickers and the netman as well, we're not confident of getting anything airborne for about an hour now. So we must just get clear of all this mist. It's not just what's in front of you, it is a case of getting the aircraft safely from where they're currently based. And if you were listening to what I was saying a little while ago about all the different bases that we've got aircraft at Red Hill, Showground, Lydd, Southend, Odium and Headcorp, that's quite a lot of transit flying around the countryside, which is equally poor visibility at the moment. So what we've basically done is advised all the pilots to stay exactly where they are and wait until we give them our word, and so obviously we will know best, and we don't want to encourage any of them to get caught in even worse conditions than we currently see. I know it feels absolutely great out there, and you're all enjoying the afternoon, but we think it's probably going to be at least an hour before we can get them safely into the air to entertain you. So, what are we going to do? Well, we hope we're going to have a bit of fun, chill out, enjoy the seafront. You can, of course, make your way down to the Western Lawns if you haven't been down there yet. It's open until 6 o'clock this evening. You can walk through a life-size Chinook facsimile, sample some food as well from the brilliant chefs at RAF Odium as well, and also meet the RAF Regiment Gunners. You can test your reflexes on the BAC Challenge, also the climbing wall, a helicopter flight simulator, the Army, of course, some virtual reality headsets as well, as if you are the commander of one of the tanks, and also some video, great coverage of parachuting with the Tigers display team as well. But also there are plenty of members of the teams that are all lined up to go, members from the Red Arrows, the EBMF, Typhoon, Chinook and the Tigers, all up on the Western Lawns, as well as lots of other simulators, the big wheel, children's play zones, and of course shopping all along the proms by the Wish Tower and the back of the Western Lawns as well. While you're doing that, don't forget to say hi to the our Air Bears, Ace and Amy, very much perhaps the Ken and Barbie of the Bear Airborne world. They're up on the Western Lawns as well. You can get a photograph of them, get a bear haircut, and also there's some interesting stuff you can do for the youngsters. If you're thinking of some extra treats, then you can book in to meet with them and get an early tour of the showground before it gets opened officially to the public, and you just go online and get the details for that as well if you want to do that. So basically a slightly earlier tea break than we were planning to have. You've got the most of it. Yeah, you will be the first to hear, I assure you, of what may well happen. We'll put it out as soon as we get knowledge. If this brightens up rapidly in the next 20 minutes or so, and it feels like it's improving all the time, then we'll get a message out and make sure you get back here in time to watch the flight. pair of gentlemen in Radio Airbourne. Over to you guys. ready to display for you in just a few minutes' time. I can hear them chatting on the radio now, so get yourselves back to the beach and your eyes peeled, okay? Because first of all, I thought it would be a good idea, however, though, just to explain the sort of difficulties we go through, how it's managed, and the efforts that goes into making these things happen. I've got a very good friend of mine sat right next to me now, who is Dave Walton. He is the boss of TSA, and they're the managing consultants for the air display that is going on this weekend. Dave, good afternoon to you.
Hello, George.
Well, it's terrific. It's been a very tortuous last couple of hours, and even yesterday a lot of jiggery, pokery going on. What's the explanation, first of all, for the delay, and then how have you managed to put the display back together from here on?
So that must be very frustrating if people are sat here in beautiful sunshine and looking at blue sky, but unfortunately we've got regulations we have to work with that are affecting us here, but also for aircraft that are transiting to us. So the weather is pretty poor in some other parts of the country, and we have aircraft that have obviously got to get airborne from wherever they're basing and get to us. So we've been struggling with that a little bit, and the weather here, if you look out towards Beachy Head, that's still pretty poor visibility down that end of the display area, so that does cause us some problems with sticking to the regulations. So it has been improving, and we're hoping that we get a bit of a clearance for this next section of flying.
Brilliant. I was just talking up there the number of locations, working with 6 different locations and about a dozen different aircraft. That doesn't make for easy planning, does it?
No, so we've got aircraft that are based in Essex this weekend. We've got aircraft down the road at Showground. Today, aircraft have been in Hampshire at RAF Odeum for their Families Day today. And there's probably somewhere else I've forgotten. We've got lots of airplanes all over the country, so it's there's a lot of moving parts. And we're really trying to juggle it to make sure that A, they can get airborne, and B, they can get back to where they're basing from. We don't want anybody to have to divert because of weather. Absolutely
right. So what, fingers crossed, I realise it's still all up for grabs at the moment. What are we hoping to see in the next hour?
So we're very much hoping we can get the Chinook on for you shortly. We've got the Red Arrows and the Typhoon are also scheduled to be towards the end of today, and we're hoping the weather improves slightly to enable that to happen. We've got some discussions to have at the moment to get to that stage, and we have kept some of the other aircraft hanging on as well. So we've still got some guys sat down the ground at Showroom who are waiting to see if we get an improvement and we can bring them in. So we've still got about 4 or 5 moving parts that we're juggling, and we'll try and get them on if we can.
Well, if you can make it work, frankly, you will have achieved miracles this afternoon. Very well done indeed. That was Dave Walton, who is the Flying Display Director. TSA is the company that's managing. There's a whole team of guys been working furiously upstairs, all on lots of different phones, trying to make things happen. And right now, it's part of his team is ex-manager pilot with the Chinook flying display team out of Royal Air Force Radio, a hugely experienced Chinook pilot himself, now involved heavily in the management of air displays, not just here, but actually most recently at Royal Air Force Valley. And we're just teaching him the art of transmit as a commentator. He's not done this before, so do bear with us. They weren't able to supply their commentator, but actually, if anybody knows something about Chinook flying, it is this guy, Stu Kynaston, or is it Kynaston? We call him Kino, but what do you prefer?
Hey George, thanks for throwing me under the bus on this one. But my name's Stu Kynaston. I was the 2018 Chinook display captain, and I've since then left the Chinook force. I'm not as familiar as I was, and it's the other squadron flying it, but I'll do my best for you.
Oh, well that's good, but I mean you've had lots of escapades, and I know, and a lot of fun, and actually it's just the stories behind these aircraft and the jobs they do and the training and everything else. So although you've moved on, for you, I always get the feeling that it was a fantastic pleasure and a privilege to be a Chinook pilot. Am I right?
Oh, it was amazing. It's an absolutely incredible aeroplane. It's been around for a very long time. We in the UK have now had it for just over 40 years. But its origins were before that in America, late 60s. It could well go on to be a 100-year aircraft. But it's a fantastic machine. It's dug me out of trouble all over the world on various operational tours. And you just got to look at the pedigree of what we, the UK, have used it for since 1982 to realise just how good it is.
Right, well I can hear a noise. I don't quite see it. Over to you. Where is it?
Well, Eyes off in the way with Chinook. You hear the blade slap before you see it. I'm struggling to pick it out. If anyone sees it out in front of the cabin here, please wave.
So it should be a crowd front arrival. What coming in on what we call the B axis, that's a line straight out in front of you out to sea, and then pulling up into a pedal turn. Now Stu will give you the details of what all that means. You'll see various turns, some of them done with the pedal, others done in the form of a wing over, but they're all positioning. We've got eyes on now. Here we go. Welcome, the first display of today, the Royal Air Force Chinook from Royal Air Force Odeon.
That's quite a sight. Hey, just the landing light emerging from the murk as he pulls in towards the display area. So Jim's going to pull up into a pedal turn initially. What that means is he's going to go for about 40 degrees nose up, and he'll go blind to the display site before then reversing and heading back out into the crowd left. Jim's now going to head off to the left-hand side, descending down to his over-water minimum display height, 150 feet above the surface. Now, the minimum height varies depending if he's over land or over water. With over-water displays, you get much less in terms of visual references, so we step the height up to 150 feet, which is still fairly low. And on conditions like this, with the slightly murky horizon, he'll easily be working quite hard for references today and reliant on his crew around him. Pulling up next, there'll be a wing over, so he'll be about 30 degrees nose up. He'll put the bank onto about 60 degrees, and as he pulls around the corner, Jim's in the right-hand seat now, so he's pretty much blind on the coastline, reliant on his co-pilot pattering him around the corner.
Now, what do you mean by pattering?
So I think the concept of rally driver pace notes is quite familiar to all. The co-pilot is basically doing exactly the same as that. So he's a talking instrument panel, so he'll be talking about pitches, angle of bank, heights. So for an example, in this manoeuvre, it would be horizon 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, nose down. Height 400, 300, 200, 150, no more. And it's like that all the way through the display. So that Jim can keep his eyes out of the aircraft, focusing on the display area of the weeks, and not having to keep looking in at the instruments for his parameters.
Yeah, brilliant. So the co-pilot's no passenger on this aircraft, and he's really working almost as hard. He's just not actually manoeuvring the aircraft.
There are some days on the Chinook 4 I'd have swapped the passenger for the extra fuel, but no, it's a display. He's essential. Yeah, he's very much part of the crew, as is the crewman in the back, who is also assisting with keeping eyes on the display area throughout as the display continues.
Now, clearly you've got to be at the top end of your game. What's the selection process? Is it compulsory that you have to be an instructor before you get selected, or could it be anybody?
So historically it was instructors only, but that changed about 2017, 18-ish, so around the time that I took it. The display team alternates between the two frontline squadrons. So at the moment the display is being held by 18 Squadron, and the other squadron at Odeon was 27. I was on 27. It was the year, and it was a case of volunteers for captain slot, and then the squadron boss looks at who's the most suitable, who's the best looking, who's going to be good at commentating in 5 years' time, and they get selected for the seat.
And you've produced some cracking commentators over the years. It's been hugely entertaining having you on board. So BAC, what's he moving into now?
So if I'm following the sequence correctly, he's changed it since our display, but there should be the nose over. So again, we're going to be up to 50 degrees nose up, and he's aiming to level the aircraft at the datum. He's pretty much on there. So airspeed's dropping off when he gets to the apparent zero, nose is over, 50 degrees into another pedal turn at the ground left end.
You mentioned different squadron numbers. Do they have different roles as well? Is there a bit of a competition to be on a certain squadron, I wonder?
I think with the two Odeon squadrons, 18 and 27, they're both conducting the same role. They might be deployed in different places at different times, but over a few-year average, it's pretty much the same. You'll go to the same places for desert training, environmental training. You'll go to the same operational theatres in a rotation. So, for example, when I arrived on the force in 2012, the Afghanistan cycle was 5 operational flights between the two squadrons. Yeah, we're just here and now. There might be the end of the display there. We'll come back to you in a second.
Yeah, what I understand is that it's still a little too tricky to actually go through a full display because of the lack of what we call an horizon. You heard Dave Morton talking about that. Now, in operational terms, it might be interesting for me. I've little doubt that you flew in Afghanistan, I'm pretty sure. So that must have had equal difficulties in terms of the sand blowing and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so operationally the weather limits are very different from what you get in the UK. So UK training rules are always slightly on the safer side, the more conservative side. It's training, we don't need to be pressing to the extremes. As soon as you go operational, limits change, you can accept slightly more risk because of the job in hand. But yeah, operationally with brownout, that's a very tricky skill, but fortunately the aircraft's had a considerable number of upgrades in the last 5-6 years, and it's now hugely capable in brownout or degraded vision.
Yeah, well, what we understand actually, just listening into the captain, Jim, talking to air traffic there, is that actually there was also a malfunction in the engine. For that particular manoeuvre, just he was going off to the left-hand side there, he got some sort of warning, so he's decided to go back inland and just monitor that. I suspect he'll probably go straight back home while you're airborne. That's generally the best thing, is to get where your engineers are, am I right?
Yeah, so the good thing with the Chinook is it's got 2 engines, and the display weights he'll be at, he can quite comfortably hover on a single engine, so it's not a significant issue. The engine could fully fail and be shut down, and he'd still be able to get himself home safely there. But it really is a case of display flying. If any doubt, there's no doubt. If the aircraft's got a slight issue, terminate the display, move away from the display area, and sort of slow down.
Yeah, okay. Now, you mentioned weight. This is an amazing machine, isn't it? If I'm right, it already weighs 10 tons and is capable of lifting another 5, or is it another 10 tons? I can't recall.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more than that.
Oh,
so
right.
a naked aircraft will be about 12.5 tons.
Right.
In the UK. With the fuel load that Jim's got today, he'll have been pulling up somewhere in the region of about 14 to 14.5 tons.
Yeah.
The aircraft's all-up mass is a maximum of 24.5 tons. So a lightly fueled Chinook can undersling another Chinook.
That is amazing, isn't it? What a tremendous performance. Don't tell me, I don't suppose you've done that, have you?
I haven't. I have underslung one aircraft. I forget what type it was now. Light rotary, possibly a Lynx. But yeah, there was great delight. We had a guy on the squadron who had been chopped on the Harrier, and he went rotary and ended up on our squadron. And one of the last Harrier flights in the UK was a Harrier being underslung by a Chinook.
Wow.
Flown by this guy, so he launched it over all his Harrier mates that I was the last to fly it.
Oh, well, I mean, brilliant, absolutely superb. I'm sure you've had a tremendous time. Of all the deployments, of all the activities of the training, can you pick one sweet spot where you just felt that you and the machine were absolutely in their element?
It's going to sound cheesy at their display, isn't it? But my final display, I was at the other Bournemouth on the final display of my season, and that was pretty special. Just looking down, and it's exactly the same here. You see a beach full of people, and yeah, it's quite special because so few get the opportunity to do it. But no, it's a privilege to fly the Chinook for 10 years. It's a fantastic machine.
You know, brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a fast ball, but you are the man. You know, it's great. You brought so much experience to the team. People won't know that you and I see quite a bit of each other, and it's just pooling all these resources just works really well as a team. Days like this, when you just need all that background information training just to calmly resort out a display. So real privilege having you around, and well, fingers crossed that the rest of the weekend goes a bit more on schedule.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll be sending the invoice to 18 Squadron for my appearance fee, but hopefully they'll manage to get their own guy down for the next show. But no, thanks very much, George.
Yeah, no, real pleasure. Well, there we go. So we can only apologise once again for that. So that was completely out of our control. That in addition to everything else we've been discussing, that we then have a technical fault as well to deal with. So let me just take 30 seconds out to catch up with the reschedule. I'm surrounded by some very useful people, the team manager and commentator of the Tudor display. Red 10 is with us talking about the Red Arrows display. So an awful lot could happen literally in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Just bear with us.
You're in Eastbourne, we pay more for everything. Yeah.
Because we're going to see the red arrows, and I know you'll all be loving that moment. So well worth the wait. Thank you all so much for your patience. Talk about moving goalposts. That's been going on all day long. But I've just had a really surprise guest pop in to say hello to me. His name's John Bell, and he's been working with the hopeful recreation of another mosquito. It's called the People's Mosquito, and I've got one or two friends involved with it. So on top of that list is a gentleman called Guy Black, who I've dealt with in the restoration of vintage aircraft in my own life, mainly bat middle wallop, but also one of our ex-Vulcan pilots, Bill Ramsey, is also has been one of the leading lights in this particular campaign. John, good afternoon and welcome to you.
Afternoon.
Could you tell me a little bit more about this organisation and what you're trying to recreate?
Yes, well, the People's Mosquito is literally what it says, that it's people coming together to try and put a mosquito back in the air. And as we know, it was called the Wooden Wonder. It was the fastest fighter bomber. It could run in fighter mode, bomber mode, or fighter bomber mode. And the skill involved is really woodworking, because it's made of wood. And at the moment, we're at the point where both shells, the shell of each side of the aircraft is being finished to come together. Because if you built it as one, trying to put controls all the way down the fuselage becomes impossible. So you put everything in, the shell at each side, and then it comes together. That's the stage we're at with an experienced woodworker, because when they were built in the war, companies like Waring and Gillow, who were prominent furniture makers, they turned over, when the government offered the contract, they turned to building mosquitoes, as did others. And the proof of the pudding was in the eating. At first, the Air Ministry thought Geoffrey de Havilland's idea was a bit crazy, but then once they did it and they saw it, they really went for it.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that name, because de Havilland and wooden airframes, those names and descriptions are synonymous, aren't they? And of course, he just did amazingly well. And I've also been in contact with some very good friends of mine at Tank Museum, where I've actually been in the workshop watching them bending the wood to refurbish the nose of a Vampire jet. And it is absolutely extraordinary. And not everybody appreciates, we're going to see a Vampire over the weekend, that actually these aircraft flying at such speeds could be built of wood. What's going to be great, of course, is seeing such an iconic aircraft as a Mosquito back in the air. I think there's one out in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Am I right? And another one across in the States.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but that is about it, isn't it?
Yeah, there may be another one in the States. Not sure whether it's flying. But when you see, I saw the last one in the UK in 1996, just before it had a mishap. But when you see it fly with two Merlins pushing out that sort of horsepower, and this aircraft was capable over 400 miles an hour. And one little story I will let you into. On the 30th of January 1943, we learnt that Goebbels and Hitler and some of his cronies were going to make a speech to the German people. And we knew that they had to take it, they had to make the speech from a certain building in Berlin. So what did we do? We sent 4 Mosquitoes out of Marham, with 1,000-pound bombs, flying at 0 feet, over 400 miles an hour, and bombed the hell out of this building. And it didn't go down too well with the German hierarchy. But aside to that, on that day was the day I happened to be born, 30th of January 43. So it was quite an effort, and they all got back safely. And then thereafter, as we know, or as enthusiasts will know, the Mosquito was used in various roles. But now our role of the People's Mosquito is to try and get more and more people interested. And that, I'm sure a lot of people here today would love to see a Mosquito thrashing through over the waves here at 400 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
It would be fantastic.
Absolutely right. Now, you're obviously very, very passionate about it, and is that connected with your own childhood and you being born in that particular year? Of course, it was a very famous year for another bombing raid that we're all familiar with. And I'm just curious, what is it that spurred you on?
Well, my father was in the RAF, ended up in North Africa on special duty, 624 Squadron. And his last flight, he crashed, his CO, and he crashed a Mosquito into Maison Blanche in Algiers. The port undercarriage collapsed. But earlier on, he had been in Bomber Command, and he was sent on a Mosquito conversion course and was at Marham around the time that the special bombing mission took place. So my relation to the RAF and my father, Mosquitoes, is sort of tied in pretty well. But it's just the enthusiasm of other people trying to get this thing off the ground and into the air. And we're hoping for 3, possibly 4 years, but hopefully it'll be flying. They've got everything to do it. They've got the knowledge. They've got all the drawings from de Havilland. I think there's about 20,000 drawings that were rescued from their offices. And so Guy Black has been absolutely paramount in the whole thing. And now it's reached the stage where we need regular, as it were, donations, asking people, if you're really interested in getting this off the ground, would you be prepared to pay, say, £5 a month on a direct debit or whatever you can afford, just to get money in there to see this thing fly again?
Well, before we do that, I mean, you don't get me wrong, this is an absolutely fantastic cause and it would be absolutely truly wonderful. Of course, the first thing we need, though, is to keep the air shows going. So you know, even Airbourne and, you know, and Eastbourne need help with that. So we went, obviously, we're all basically in the same pot trying to keep these things going. But tell me, how can people connect with you?
If you go online, just put in the People's Mosquito, it will come up. And there's a brochure here, which is one of our first brochures, which you're having a look at. But I haven't got enough brochures to give to everybody. But if you go online, the People's Mosquito, and you will see all the details, and you'll see how you can contribute. And once you join, you get a weekly update. And you get 3-4 times a year, you get a magazine with the full details and as what's been going on. And in November, we have a dinner at the RAF Club, which is to raise funds, November the 4th. And if you join and there are any tickets available, you're welcome to join and come to the dinner. There are various other events that the boys with our publicity machine go to, Shuttleworth, Duxford.
And wonderful places like Eastbourne.
Yeah,
absolutely. Now, have you got a stand here? Is that why you're here?
No, unfortunately not this year. So I said I'll try and have a word with someone, as I'm doing now, just to put a little bit of publicity out there and say to people, if you're interested, People's Mosquito, have a look.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. That was John Bell talking about the restoration and recreation of a Mosquito. If you want to learn more about that, just go to peoplesmosquito.org.uk. But right now, we're all getting terribly excited because the next air display is from the Red Arrows. Red 10's warming himself up, the jets are ready to go, we're even going to see the Typhoon, and then after that I've had a thumbs up from the Tigers parachute team as well, so well worth hanging about. Thank you so much for your patience. Now don't forget the rules, no swimming at the moment, the red flags are still up anyway, but we're about to start some very dynamic flying in front of you, and we obviously don't wish to stop for any other reason, and of course during the course of the rest of the afternoon just keep a close eye on all the kids. Make sure you've got them with you, keep a hold of all your belongings, and don't let anything in the air. Even if you're half thinking of getting a balloon out of a bag or a kite, please do not do it. You will be, and we've all been waiting all day for this moment. Fantastic stuff, just a few minutes away. Interestingly enough, it just shows you how complex all this program is. The Chinook that we had that then went tech actually then recovered to Odeon, which is where the Red Arrows were waiting to take off, and they had to wait for him to land. Wow, what a day we've been having. Be a beautiful evening. Just bear in mind those bucket collectors really important to keep this show going and to get acts like the Red Arrows here. Nothing comes cheap, I can assure you, so please give generously when you see them. Don't rush away afterwards either. We've still got plenty to go after the Red Arrows, of course, with the mighty Typhoon and the always entertaining and totally committed parachute display from the Tigers Princess of Wales Royal Regiment team. Well, we're just checking on all the safety parameters now, making our final checks both in the airspace. We have to ensure it's sanitized, the sea as well, doing the same. You'll notice we have our own patrol boats going out there. Red 10 is busy alongside me here. He's checking his own status and activities as well. He, of course, is not just the commentator, he is the ground safety manager for the team as well. It's all important. He'll tell you all about that in a moment. As soon as we get the thumbs up, then we'll be ready to go. Thumbs up, boys, girls, mums and dads. Are you ready for the red arrows? Yes, that's fantastic. Please give a massive Eastbourne welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne! I am Squad Leader Graham Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows. Thanks for a fantastic and very enthusiastic introduction by George there. I will be completely honest with you, the weather isn't the greatest, however I do know the team are airborne out of Odeon and they're going to see what they can get. We know that you all missed us all yesterday and therefore we are extremely keen to at least try and put on something for you. We basically have a visibility and weather minima. The cloud, as you can see, straight up is not a problem. However, the visibility is 5 kilometers viz, is the minimum viz that we can operate in. And we actually have a clear defined horizon. As I look out to sea now, to your left-hand side, I can see beyond the pier. I'd say it's about 4K. And if you look to the right, we can see Beachy Head, which is about 3K. Unfortunately, I can't see beyond that, and there's nothing beyond it to determine how far the viz is. So actually, Red 1, coming in from crowd rear, will dictate that decision when he rolls into display. But hopefully, we'll get something, we'll certainly make an appearance, and we'll let Red 1 decide what the display is. As George said, I am Red 10, I'm the team supervisor. I'll give you some information about the Royal Air Force, about the team itself. However, my job is to make sure that they are safe and compliant with all the rules and regulations as well. I'll also give you some information about the team and I'll guide your eyes into the correct piece of sky so that you do not miss the team. However, here they are. Please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! So they arrive in a wall formation approximately 200 to 300 feet wide from left wingtip to right wingtip. Red 1 brings the team round to the left and they collapse into 8 arrow shape. Red 1 is squad leader Tom Bowl. Tom is in his 3rd and final year as Red 1. He was also in the team between 2014 to 16. He's also flown the Typhoon on operations and he's also been a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II and Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. The smoke comes on as they perform the 8 arrow present. Keep your eye on the formation for a dynamic shape change as Red 7 and 8 perform a rollback and change the shape from 8 arrow into vixen. As you can see, there are 8 aircraft in the display, and if we were a 9, we would now have Red 9 at the back in our trademark Diamond 9 formation. However, we are displaying for 2023 as an 8 ship, and that's because we can only safely train and supervise 3 new pilots each year. However, next year our aim is to be back at our 9 ship for our own 60th display, so our 60th season, our own Diamond Jubilee, where we will be back in our trademark Diamond 9 formation. However, as Red 1 brings the team round to the right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the Vixen roll. On the right-hand side of Red 1 is Red 2 Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his 1st year on the team, a very experienced pilot, having flown operations on both the Harrier and the Typhoon, and he's also been a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. As I said, 8 pilots in the display. You can see ahead of you, there's myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. And we are, of course, commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins. My predecessor as Red 10, he is now known as Red 11. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. Reds 4 and 5, the smoke come on now as they make their way all the way back to the rear of the formation. Those familiar with the Red Arrows display will know this as the shape of Apollo. which is the first of our space-themed shapes as Red 1 brings the team round to the left for the Apollo present. As the team come round to the front, on the left-hand side of Red 1 is Red 3, that's Flight Lieutenant Tom Hansford. Tom is in his first year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot and qualified weapons instructor where he taught weapons technical information and frontline tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Reds 2 and 3, the smoke comes on as the entire centre section make their way to the rear of the formation. And now you can see Reds 4 and 5 all the way at the back. It makes it extremely difficult for them as all the team members are taking formation references from Red 1. And Reds 4 and 5 being all the way back there makes it extremely difficult because it's very hard for them to see Red 1. As the team continue round to the left, the smoke will come on for the Eagle present. Eagle formation being the second of our space-themed shapes, the first from the Apollo space missions, the second the Eagle landing craft, as the Royal Air Force acknowledges that space plays an important part in military operations of the future, with UK Space Command informed in 2021, and it reached its initial operating capability in 2022. Red 4 at the rear of the formation is Red 4 on the right hand side, and that's Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie's in his first year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot. He's also a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 5. That's Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. He's in his second year on the season. He was Red 3 last year. He's flown the Tornado GR4 with 9 Squadron that was based at Marham. And he's also flown the Typhoon with 11 and 12 Squadrons at RAF Coningsby. As I said, there are 10 pilots on the team this year. However, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have over 140 personnel on the squadron. Over 130 of them are the engineers. They're the technicians, the PR, the administrators. And all those individuals are known as the Blues due to the colour of their flying coveralls that they wear. Inside those Blues in the team are a group of individuals who fly in between the displays where we cannot take the full engineering complement, and they are known as Circus. And one individual who's with me on every display is Circus 10. He's on the beach in front of us filming the display for safety and debrief purposes. And his name is Corporal Phil Guy. And you'll see many of his images and videos across social media which are taken from the back of my aeroplane as we fly around the formation. Red 1 now just put the team into a formation. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea where they are. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've just been informed there's been a small problem with the formation. They're just getting themselves into a position where maybe they can restart. However, just give me a couple of minutes, I'll speak to the Flying Display Committee, I'll find out some information, and then I will get back to you.
Well, as you can understand, boys and girls, safety absolutely number one, and we did say that this was a tricky day. It looks absolutely fabulous, I know, standing on the beach, but of course it isn't as easy when you're up in a cockpit, particularly in a formation with 9 very fast-moving jets. So we'll just pause for a moment, and I'll let you know as soon as Red 10 gets the all clear to restart again.
Information from the FCC and the team. Unfortunately, the display has been stopped due to weather constraints, and the team are going to be in the overhead of the display area. They're burning down for fuel, and they'll be returning back to RAF Erding, unfortunately. So the display, unfortunately, has been stopped due to safety constraints. As you can imagine, safety is absolutely paramount, not only for the safety of the pilots and for the aircraft, but of course all of you on the seafront and in the display area and on the shorefront. So I surely appreciate that, as much as disappointing it is. We don't like to cancel displays halfway through, but I hope you'll appreciate that safety is paramount, and we must make sure that everybody gets home to their families and friends this evening. So please, I hope you understand. If you're here tomorrow, hopefully the weather will be a little bit better, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. If you'd like to come and speak to me, I'll be at the RAF Red Arrow's PR tent in approximately 10-15 minutes. Come and have a word. I've also got the Red Arrow's prints, which is the aircraft prints. They've all been signed by the aeroplanes, by the pilots. I sell them for £10. It's cash only, I'm afraid. I can't take cards, but please come and say hello in about 10 to 15 minutes. However, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, but please take care going home, and I hope to speak to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Put your hands together for Squadron Leader Graham Muscat there, doing his very, very best, along with the team, to give you as much flying as is possible. But it's not over yet, so please don't rush anywhere. We will continue talking to the Typhoon pilot, who is ready to join us in a few minutes' time. And also, of course, don't forget the Tigers parachute display team as well, also with us. So give us a few more minutes now to reset the schedule for the next half an hour or so. You just chill out. There, the Reds going past now, and you can see they split the formation, and this is how they will make their way back. Yeah, give them a massive, great wave, won't you? Really, I mean, given the technical problems they've had the last few days, that they came down from Lincolnshire this morning down to Hampshire, and then they got airborne again. You can just imagine how hard they have been working for our pleasure here. So let's, give them a tremendous send-off. Okay, I see the bucket collectors are out. Do give generously to those. Won't you top up your teas and coffees and ice creams, and we'll be back with you with the latest information in the next few minutes. you didn't miss the you missed the message earlier on. They're actually burning off fuel because their takeoff and landing weights are different, and of course it's all measured to the airfield that they have to recover at as well. So you're benefiting from a couple of additional fly paths, and I'm sure they're a bit more relaxed now that they've split that formation up as well, and they got a better focus on the visibility around us. But Typhoon is coming up next. After that, the Tigers parachute team also coming out next, and you see they've already set up their DZ. This time yesterday there was still a raging sea all over the beach, but we've got a bit more beach to play with. So again, lots more to come. Don't rush away, and just chill out for a moment and enjoy yourselves. It is, of course, almost that time. Yes, we call it Foon time. Phenomenal performance driven by those two Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofans with maximum thrust of 20,000 pounds each. Astonishing stuff, able to withstand G limits between +9 and -3, giving a maximum altitude as well of 55,000 feet. It's got super cruise capability and dry power acceleration, all these amazing statistics. Look underneath the wings of the Typhoon as it bends around in front of you in the tightest of circles, and you'll just see a massive array of hard points to load up the ASRAM, the AMRAM, the Storm Shadow, the Brimstone, the Paveway 4 laser-guided bombs, and of course just leaving enough room for the 27mm Mauser cannon as well. Well, I can hear Brighty, as he's known on the radio, in the background behind me, and he is just loving every bit of this display season. I was up at Coningsby, his home base, just a couple of weeks ago for their flying day, and it was just great to be surrounded by so many past Typhoon display pilots, and one of our management team here is also one of those as well. Known as Anarchy 1, that's his call sign. Matt Brighty is a qualified flying instructor on 29 Squadron based up there at Royal Air Force Coningsby. He joined the Air Force as direct entrant in 2007, graduating from initial training and EFT, elementary flying training that is, on the Grob Tutor, one of those you saw yesterday. He was then streamed on to fly fast jets, earned his brevet in wings on the Tucano T1, and then went straight onto the tactical weapons course on the Hawk T1 Advanced Jet Trainer, the same jet that the Red Arrows were flying that you saw just a few minutes ago. After that, he went on to the Tornado GR4 and completed Tornado operation conversion at RAF Lossiemouth, before then being posted to 617, the Dambusters Squadron, where he served for just under a year until its disbandment in 2014. Because any more than that, or much more than that, he'd be breaking the speed limit, smashing a few windows, and sending every dog absolutely hypersonic as well. So we just give him a bit of a restriction to do this display. You go upside down, inside out. You bend in those bends, outside bends we call them. He'll be pushing -3G, and that's very, very tough scenario to be flying any jet in. But he's helped an awful lot during the course of it, of course. He's got a lot of digital information coming in, absolutely masses of it, and a little automatic voice in there, what some refer to as barking Betty. Just give him a little nudge now and again to make sure he doesn't break it. But it is pretty impossible. Of course, the flight control system is absolutely all over it like a bad rash. And when he comes back into slow formation, you'll see the little canards on the front just flicking away, working overtime to keep the jet stable. Seconds away at the moment. He's going through his own safety jets, as you would imagine, safety checks I should say, as you would imagine him to be doing, to ensure that the jet is ready for a developing display, because he'll come in expecting one particular regime, but they may well switch during the course of the display to either a flat or rolling display, depending on the conditions that he decides to accept here in front of us today. The fact that he's on his own does make it a little bit easier, unlike the leader of the Red Arrows, who has to worry about not just himself, but about his 7 other formation buddies as well. I hear him. Do you see him? Keep your eyes peeled, boys and girls. Firing up, ready to arrive, flat out, just a little under 600 miles an hour. And the magic words have been passed to Brighty in the cockpit. Commence display. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Coningsby in Lincolnshire, please welcome Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, 29 Squadron, Royal Air Force Coningsby. As he passes there, you saw the full armament hard points on display underneath that wing as he then banged it back into full reheat with a full 40,000 pounds of thrust to get him round this tight turn. But that is what is so amazing about this jet, is the incredibly small airspace. By being able to pull 9G, he stays well within the display area. So with a phenomenal roll rate, as you've seen, easily developed, of course, just to help him get through this, of course, the full body G-suit and pressure breathing helps counter the effects of G during the course of the entire display without too many straining maneuvers. It doesn't avoid the fact, of course, that his body will weigh up to 9 times its normal weight. I think you can now fully appreciate, being a grey jet, just how tricky it is to operate in fairly low visibility terms. Putting in those extra rolls to complete what is effectively a half Cuban, using the full, yes, the full power there, engines in flat out reheat, and of course exercising that body G-suit as well at the same time. Slowing the jet down now, you see the profile. Very slow roll. And the canards, in case you know, those two little mini fins right on the forward edge of the fuselage there, working away all the time. Whatever control inputs he puts in, the computer will, if necessary, slightly override and just correct. Here he comes now, slowing the jet right down once again, pulling the nose up into what we call a high alpha approach. This feels very, very unnatural, bringing the jet back to around about 140 knots, which, given the fact that it can fly almost twice the speed of sound, is quite an extraordinary feature. So the nose well up here, stick way back. He'll recover this very shortly. The power will go on. Here it is. putting in whenever he can, one of those familiar derry turns where it's a bit of a fighter evasive manoeuvre, and dating back to the great John Derry, of course, where you look as though you're going to turn right, but actually you're going to go left. Very, very flat, tight turn now. Pulling all of the 9G required to keep it in such a tight circle as you're seeing, using the full reheat where necessary. And just look how tiny a circle that is. Losing him in the cloud momentarily, not an issue for him though. Lots of situational awareness we refer to in the cockpit. It's a great office up there, very comfortable environment to work actually, and he doesn't hear any of the noise you're hearing. It's just great to see Matt making the very, very most of all this airspace. Still slightly tricky, but of course, once again, totally on top of it. Right at the top end of the game. These guys very well selected for the role, of course, years of experience behind him. Up into a wonderful lazy barrel roll there. Of course, when he's not displaying, he's very busy teaching the next generation of frontline Typhoon pilots on how to operate this jet. And of course, that's the key difference between military and civil flying. It's not just about flying it, it's how you actually operate it and do the business of war from an airborne position. But he also contributes to RAF Coningsby's primary task of defending the UK on the quick reaction alert. You will have heard of this synonym, QRA. There, you may have just heard in the background Matt just calling that complete on that final pass there. Yeah, I'll pass on your thanks. Massive round of applause for Matt. Really, really well done, given the difficulties that you have obviously seen from every other performer here today. I'll pass on your grateful thanks to Matt on your behalf, and we look forward to seeing him tomorrow doing some very special things. So I do hope you're going to join us for a full air display. The weather looking so much better Saturday and Sunday. But right now, another really, really entertaining, a completely different change of genre for this afternoon, but to complete our display today. And again, our grateful thanks for staying on. Would you now change your position, look towards the right-hand end of the beach, and please welcome Captain Oliver Saltgurney.
Thank you very much, George. It is a great pleasure to be at Eastbourne. It's such a shame we weren't able to carry out our display yesterday due to the strong wind conditions. Unlike everything else that you see at these events, we haven't got an engine. So we are really, really subject to the weather and the prayers of the gods. So what we could do is purely just pray that we have good weather, good cloud base, so we can carry on our activity. Now, as it so happens, the aircraft took off about 20 minutes ago from our home base in Netheravon, operated by the Army Parachute Association. So it is on its way right this second. Where it is in the sky now, I can't really tell, but I'm sure we'll see it. So if any of you in the crowd spot it before I do, give us a big wave and point it out. So just a few little safety points before we get on to today's demonstration. There will be smoke, and it is quite blowy down here, so 9 times out of 10 the smoke will blow down the beach. Okay, however, it could sort of go into your faces, into your clothing. It is completely non-toxic, so please don't worry about it, but if it is causing any discomfort, please just dress out of the smoke. Okay, let it just do its thing. It will just disappear in time, but there is a bit of smoke that will be coming in. In addition to that, it is very complex conditions for us. The winds aren't the best, and we prefer them to be blowing in a different direction. So it's going to be quite challenging for the guys to get out of the aircraft and land on the ground. So if they do look like they're going to miss this beach and they look like they're heading towards you, please just step calmly to the left or the right, let them land safely, and then gather their equipment, send them over to me on the beach by the massive big Cyprus flag. We'll have a little discussion, a bit of a debrief, and then send them on. So they're the 2 safety points to note. We are quite large on the ground today. We're not normally this big, but we have quite a few people in the aircraft as well. So we have 8 jumpers, and we've got 4, well, plus 1, plus 2 really, on the ground. So we've got obviously myself, Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney. I am the officer commanding of the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. I've also got Private Ryan Clark, who we're going to have a little chat with. He's going to be doing co-commentary. He's giving a wave now. He's one of our display jumpers, one of our longest reigning members. He's also in charge of all the parachute maintenance and one of the chief riggers. Over by the cross, got Corporal Eddie Rudd. Corporal Eddie Rudd's from the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers. So when he's wearing his headdress, he'd have a little feather, or hackle, he likes to call it, in his headdress. He's not wearing it today because he's wearing his sunglasses or PPE, so he can actually stare up into the sun and not be blinded. And then over at the far end, got Private Barney Martin from the 1st Battalion Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment. He is one of the newest members of the teams. So he's here just making sure, because it's a complicated DZ with a big wooden wall in the middle of it, just for their additional safety. And in addition to that, we've got Private Page as well, who's down there, who's on the Remy Lightning Bolts. So she's part of one of the other display teams, but because of her actual job, she's part of the engagement team. But because she is a parachutist and a display jumper, she's come down to assist us because she's got an engagement village over there with a big crane lifting its flags up. I don't really know what it's called. I'm in the infantry. That does fix stuff. Okay, so if you have any questions about that sort of stuff, then please do talk to her. She's a Sparky or a mechanic or something that deals with spanners. I don't know a lot about the Remy, if I'm honest. So, in addition to that, we're fully supported here. We've got a full army village behind us. Hopefully you've taken full advantage over the last couple of days to come and chat to the guys. We've got 4 members from the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment supporting us in our own little gazebo with our VR headsets. So if you'd like to have a little try and see what it's like to do a parachute jump, then we do have them on VR. We'll be here for the whole event. And those guys are fully tooled up to answer any of your questions, and also talk about the lived experience that it's like to be in the army, and how much fun we've had and what sort of stuff we've done. And also, not only just that, we've got all the other stands. As I mentioned, the Remy, tongue-in-cheekly, we do work well with the Remy. Without them, they wouldn't fix our vehicles, or do the other stuff that the Remy do. But we also got a lot of the other military assets there as well. Got the climber all set up there as part of adventure training, part of that key spirits that we like to have. So please do go over there and engage with them. So the aircraft is still on its way. It's flying in holding at the moment, so we're just sort of waiting for it to get its done. But it is such an honour to follow the Typhoon. What an awesome aircraft that is. And what's so special, because we do a lot of these events, and I've also just come off a deployment to the Falklands Islands where we use Typhoon for close air support over there. We got to sort of get to know a lot of the pilots, and we were invited up to RAF Coningsby a few weeks ago to do a display up there because the RAF Falcons weren't available, and we just do better shows, hence why we're here. And not only that, we were honoured to be invited into the Typhoon Training Centre. So, Clarky, you flew a Typhoon, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
So all those little tricks you saw up there, we've done that, just saying?
We absolutely did, not for real, unfortunately. We had the honour of going in and using their simulators.
It was probably one of the best experiences we've ever had. So it was such a cool thing to do, and we're going to return the favour with the Typhoon display team, the RAF Red Arrows, if they are into it, or if they're up for it. We're taking to our home base in Netheravon and throw them out of an aircraft. Do you guys think they'll do it? Someone said no. Why wouldn't they do it? They fly jets. Surely they must be brave enough to throw themselves out of an aircraft. No, yes? Who wants to see the RAF Red Arrows and the Typhoon display team and the Chinook display team pilots throw themselves out of an aircraft? Give a big shout. any of those organisers out there, any of those OC team leaders still on the ground and heard that on the commentary, I think there's a bit of a challenge there. So, you get us up in a real Typhoon, we'll throw you out of an aircraft and you can have some fun. Fastest you'll ever travel without an engine, about 250 miles an hour to Earth, where you would definitely stop. Okay, so while we're still waiting for the aircraft to come into view, a little bit of history about the team. So we were formed in 1986. And so we're formed initially as part of the Queen's Regiment, and we're known as the Flying Dragons. Now, what's special about Eastbourne Airborne is that this is our regimental footprint. Okay, we are a regiment of the southeast of England. Eastbourne sits quite nicely within that footprint, and a lot of our forebear regiments, a lot of our team have all come from this area. Clarkey himself is from this area, not very far away. Yeah, so he's from Worthing, so again, only around the corner. Likewise for me, I come from Kent. I came from Canterbury. I joined the regiment in Canterbury, our regiment headquarters. And also a lot of the other team there. So apart from Corporal Eddie Rudd, who's from the Fusiliers, he comes from up north. You've got Private Barney Martin, who comes from Portsmouth. So we are very, this is a home turf for us, which is why there's a lot of Princess of Wales' footprint here. But in 1986, the Queen's Regiment, they formed, and they formed the parachute display team. And then after that, in 1992, the regiments merged with the Hampshires and the Queens, forming the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment. A bit confusing, because obviously we've got Wales in our name, but we were just a wedding gift to Princess Diana at the time. So when we formed, the team had to change its name, hence where we became the Tigers. The Tigers is the Bengal Tiger, which is a battle honour which the 51st Regiment of Foot was awarded for 21 years of unbroken service in India. Back in the day, this is around the 1800s. The cynic in me thinks that the Army forgot about us and left us there for 21 years and then presented us with a Tiger as an award. However, it is an absolutely wonderful award to wear with pride, and we are therefore known as the Tigers. Fast forward 2019, the team went from the regimental PWR freefall team and then turned into the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. So we are now an Army display team. So we are Opcom Mike to Home Command and Regional Command jointly, and then we operate as an Army team across the country, across Europe, across NATO, and across the world, which is a great experience for us. And then we've also moved last year from being away from PWRR, so Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment's gone through quite a lot of changes recently, with the 2nd Battalion turning into 2 Rangers, and therefore we now command the Queen's Division. That doesn't mean a lot to you guys, because it's one of the divisions within infantry, but what it means is that we can represent the infantry more widely and then the wider army on top of that. Hence why we got a Fusilier on the team, and then in the future we'll have some Mercians, we'll have some Lancashire regiments, and we'll have a lot of other teams from the 6 regiments of the Queen's Division. So we've got a little bit of a frequency issue at the moment, but it is getting sorted. It's still in the air. We're still hoping to jump. So there's no issue there, as long as we avoid that darkness coming across the headland over there. So the team then merged into the Queen's Division, and then after that, we then are where we are now. So we've got multiple cap badges. We go a little bit further away, and we do all sorts of fun stuff. Now, we can also, this is what makes us a bit different from the other display teams that are out there, we can take the public into an aircraft, and we can dispatch you from an aircraft from around sort of like 13,500 feet. So if you think you're brave enough to do what we're doing here, please look us up on social media. You can find us through just searching the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team or the Army Engagement Village. We have a lot of QR codes which you can scan, and that can find us that way as well. And then you can contact us, and we can throw you or a loved one, a partner, anyone, out of a plane, at 13,500 feet, travelling around 200 miles an hour, attached to somebody. But if it's a loved one, then you're not too fussed, and they don't have to be attached to somebody. That's totally up to you. So we could do all of that, and we could do a lot more. So likewise, all these shows, we get booked, and if you have an interesting idea and you've got a DZ that's big enough, you can also book us as well, subject to contract, wind, weather, all that sort of stuff. But we can do displays, and we do all sorts of fun things. So after this, we're off to another air show, and then we move to a county fair, and then we do all sorts of other sort of corporate events. So there are all sorts of opportunities, and we just like to get out, and the more stuff we do, the more likes and shares we get on social media, the less we get to do digging trenches, which is what our normal core role is as part of being in the infantry. So please do help us to stay away from that Green Army, Camp Cream, and digging lots of holes. Okay, so that's still the pilot getting in touch. We're still getting in. We've still got clear space, so we still are going to go for it. And it should be quite an exciting jump. As I mentioned, the wind's the direction. So a little bit about the DZ layout. So you'll notice in front of us, okay, we've got what's not a cross, but we like to call it a cross. It's set in a T shape. So that's where we like to use, a little bit like aircraft, certainly the earlier aircraft, we like to use the wind to slow us down. So the aircraft will fly into wind, and as such, our parachuters, when they come into land, they will land into wind. It's a ram air parachute that we operate, storms and lightning parachutes, canopies. Okay, so they need to use that wind to slow us down. So that T there, your budding photographers, that give you an idea of which direction the guys will come in. So the landing pattern will most likely be a left-handed pattern. So they fly across, they do their sort of like crosswind leg over the top of the crowd line, over the top of you guys, and then the last minute, probably a little bit further from where Paige is stood now, they start turning in and then aiming towards Eddie down there at the cross. It is like an arrow, just with a flat wall at the end. So they head down the wall and then they stop. Okay, so that's the direction they'll be landing, and hopefully it should be all good. Okay, with that, Corporal Lady Rudd's going to be popping lots of smoke, so that'll also help identify the guys when they jump, okay, what the wind's doing. With that, the numerous flags, our wind blade is all there to sort of like help support us. In addition to that, we've got the wonderful Coast Guard here, okay, who are there just to support us in case any of the guys do decide to land into the drink. There'll be quite a few hefty beer fines if they do. However, it is safe to land into the water. The parachute systems do float, and they are all wearing small life preserves as well. Traditionally at Eastbourne Airbourne, we would normally actually jump into the sea. However, we don't have any water demo kit at the moment, which is why we're having to land on the beach, okay? Because historically, as our equipment goes out of service, we like to put it into our water demo kit. As you can imagine, salt water is not quite good for the canopies, it's not quite good for the line set or the metalwork within the parachute system. So when it comes towards the end of life, we chuck them into the sea, and then we get new equipment. Now, due to COVID, unfortunately, we didn't do a lot of demos, so our equipment's still too good for us to start throwing it into the sea. However, if there's any sponsors out there who'd like to sponsor an Army parachute display team and buy a whole new set of rigs, then hopefully next year at Eastbourne, we could jump into the sea. Just a little bit of a plea out there. You never know, someone might have some deep pockets. And then we can fly your flag. With that in mind, going into the next bit, you might see some flags being deployed. We'll talk about those flags as they go, but they're 200 square foot. They're pretty big. They don't look that big in the air, but once you see them land, okay, we're going to move into the Army village after this, and we do our parachute packing and our flag packing. So please do come and have a look at the team, ask some questions, and you can use the flag, see how big it is. And it's pretty mahoosive. So again, linking back to my previous comment, if you want your logo flown above Airbourne Eastbourne for millions and millions of people to see, all over social media and the world, then we would love some water demo kit. Okay, so I've just been told the aircraft's coming in. We don't know which direction, so please do keep an eye out. The aircraft is a Cessna 208 Caravan. It is operated by a pilot called Ed. He's a fantastic display pilot. He works at our home base in Netheravon. And as I mentioned, it is from the Army Parachute Association. So the Army Parachute Association, bizarrely, even though it's got Army in its name, is actually a civilian organisation, technically a charity. So their sole purpose is to give sport parachuting open to service personnel. Not just the Army, but the RAF and the Navy also jump at the Army Parachute Association, the APA. So as mentioned, the Army Parachute Association, so not only does it serve the service personnel, it is also open to civilians. It is a bit of a way away, so Wiltshire, that's where we're based, Salisbury Plain, Salisbury, so Netheravon, a small little sleepy village there. It's got a small drop zone there. Originally an Army Air Corps base, which George is very familiar with, having been serving with the Army Air Corps, and then it became handed over to 4 different units of base there, the Army Parachute Association, the Adventurous Training Army Air Wing, very complicated name, which rebranded recently. So they deliver joint service adventurous training in the terms of parachuting and gliding as well at Uphaven. It's a joint centre across the 2 airfields. And in addition to that, you've got our home base, the Army Parachute Display Teams, and we share the office with the Remy Lightning Bolts, where Paige is from. And then we also have the HQ Southwest Cadet Forces, who are also based there. So it's quite a small little base, but it is open for visits. We do accept school visits as well, so if anyone out there wants to come and have a look at around some hangars, then you can come up and get in touch with us and we can organise school visits. And likewise, that is where you would go for when you want to do your skydive. And obviously where the RAF Red Arrow, Chinook display team, Typhoon display team are going to go do their parachute jumps, as we've just guilted them into it. The RAF would never turn down a challenge, would they? There you go, no comms, no bombs. So, there we've got the comms, the aircraft's coming in 2 minutes into the RAT, and then it's going to throw its woodies. So once the aircraft come in, it's going to fly in quite low, around 1,000 to 1,500 feet. The display jump master today is Private Matthew Botwright. He is going to dispatch 2 woodies, wind drift indicators. These are strips of tissue paper. So these are strips of tissue paper, blue, wrong, yellow and red. These completely biodegrade, so don't worry where they land. They will just disappear. But if you happen to catch them, then please do bring them over to us. We'll sign them and you can keep them as a souvenir. Once the wind drift indicators have been deployed, the aircraft will then bank and circle. It'll either circle to the left or circle to the right. It's all dependent on the display jump master and the winds. Then the display jump master will be observing the wind drift indicators along with the pilot, and then that way they can assess where to get out. This bit is really, really complicated. So to be a display jump master, you need to have at least 50 displays under your belt. Now, to be a display jumper, you need to have a minimum of 200 jumps under your belt, or a British Skydiving C licence. And then the jumpers, all that we've got around here, on average, are around sort of 400 jumps generally, but we do have some anomalies. We've got about 4 guys on the team who are well over 1,000. The team leader, Sergeant Frank Millerick, he's on about sort of 4,000, 5,000 jumps. He's one of our tandem instructors. We've also got Private Matthew Botwright, who is also a tandem instructor. He's over 1,000 jumps. And Lance Corporal Anthony Highland, again, another tandem instructor with over 1,000 jumps. So there's quite a lot of experience within the team, which means this sort of stuff doesn't just happen out of nowhere. So once the aircraft has done its low pass and dispatched its wind drift indicators, it will climb up to altitude. We like to have at least 6,000 feet, ideally, to get full altitude and have full display effect. Now, I have absolutely no idea what that cloud is at the moment, so this is where, unlike a few of the other shows, you notice I don't have a script. I'm just making this up as I go along. I've got no idea what's going to happen. I don't know what time they're going to get out, and I don't know what they're going to do. And I kind of have to guess what they look like and who they are. Oh, and there it is. It's like we're in Christmas. It's a pantomime. There it is. It's behind you. So there's the aircraft, Cessna 208, fixed wing, Caravan. You'll also notice, if you look really carefully, there's a hole cut in the side of the door facing the crowd line. Give them a big wave. In 3, 2, 1, let's give them a shout. So 3, 2, 1, give them a big cheer. At this height, they can hear you. You need a bit of an encouragement. should have seen them now. Directly above me were the woodies, the wind drift indicators. 2 streamers, the sort of blowy, towards Eastbourne now, over the Ferris wheel and towards the back. So as they're doing it, the aircraft's doing a left-hand pattern. It's doing a big bank round. You can see it around the back there. So that's where the display jump master is looking keenly at the woodies, and he is in control. He is completely in control of that aircraft. He is there, okay, telling the pilot where to fly and how to fly. Not necessarily how to fly, the pilot obviously knows how to fly, but where to fly in relation to what the winds are doing. So this bit is key, because he's going to tell the pilot where to put the red light on, okay, which is when to open the door, and then when to put the green light on, which is when to get out of the aircraft. And as we mentioned earlier, we have no engine, so therefore we need to be able to get out upwind, okay, of where the aircraft is going to go and where we want to land. And then we use the wind to blow us into position. There's a lot of teamwork and a lot of trust. Okay, these are pillars that we build within the armed forces, within the army in particular. Part of our sea drills, okay, it is really, really important. Having that discipline there and having that absolutely mutual respect. So the display jump master is now controlling the aircraft. Now they're going to climb up to altitude. Again, no idea what altitude this is going to be, and therefore I don't know what sort of stuff is going to happen. If they get the height, which is ideally above 3,000, 6,000 feet, then what you should see are 2 groups getting out. A free fall group, okay, who have lots of smoke and flags. Okay, they will set the pattern as they come into land, and then you'll see a crew group. Crew is CRW. That's not infantry spelling of crew, that is exactly what it is. CRW stands for Canopy Relative Work. And that's where the guys would get out, deploy their parachutes, and then crash them into each other and then form formations. As a novice skydiver, learning to skydive is probably the most scariest and worst things you can ever do. If you see someone with an open canopy flying towards you, and you've also got an open canopy, you just want to go right. Right is right, turn right, get out of the way. Because if that canopy wraps into you and you get tangled in that material, you can't pull your reserve, because your reserve's got nowhere to go. It'll just fire into the canopy, and then it's not going to be a very good day. You have the rest of your life to sort out that problem, which is about 10 seconds. However, these guys must be BSc license holders, so they've got to have their C license, and then they start doing crew, and they've got to have at least sort of 10 to 20 demos under their belt before they can do crew during parachute demonstrations. And that's what makes it really exciting. So the aircrafts are now still climbing up to altitude, it's getting up to altitude, and then it's going to go into jump run, which I hopefully will hear on the radio when they're getting set up. But it is in and out of cloud. While it's in cloud, I totally forgot to mention our other team member down here. So if you haven't seen, so this is Magnus. Magnus is a Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever. It's a very long name, we just call her a toller. She is our welfare dog, and she's here in case any of the jumpers have a little bit of a hard landing to give her a bit of a cuddle. Before anyone asks me, she has not yet jumped out of an aircraft. But the aspiration is to take her paragliding, and then if she likes paragliding, we then might throw her out of an aircraft. Dogs do jump out of planes, mainly for operational reasons, search dogs and such like, jump with special forces. But she goes on our motorcycle and she likes that, so I assume she'll like the plane. So I can hear the aircraft, it's getting itself set up. This cloud is not helping the situation though. As long as they can see the ground, even a glimpse of the ground, and they know where they are, then it's safe to dispatch. So the cloud is broken, it does sort of appear in and out of the cloud, so we'll see what happens. Luckily, the upper winds are coming from the sea, so that is a good thing. Makes landing a bit more complicated. Sorry, you can't be on the breakers. That's what the guy's whistling for. So the aircraft's now circling. It's banking round to the left. When the engine cuts out and you see a bit of smoke, that is them good to go. My gut instinct is that it's probably going to come round and do another pass to get a little bit more altitude, which also is a good thing. It means we should see some crew and we should see some good flags getting out and a lot of smoke. That was the pilot there, 2 minutes to drop. So as it goes up, just a little bit more background about the team. There's 8 jumpers on this aircraft. We also have 2 guest jumpers from the RLC Silver Stars as well. We like to incorporate the other teams because it's good to have a little bit of freedom, a little bit of flexibility, and also a bit of variety at our demos. So as I mentioned, we've got the Remy Lightning bolts down here on the ground, and then we've got 2 RLC Silver Stars there. So they wear slightly different jumpsuits. RLC stands for the Royal Logistics Corps, so chefs, drivers, and the such like. So again, once more, chat to them about their experience when they land. I'm sure they can tell you all about what it's like to be in the RLC and all the big trucks and stuff they get to drive. Everyone on the team, though, just as a point to note, nobody on the team joined the army to do what we do. Everyone joined the army to be in the infantry, to be in the Remy, to be in the RLC. They served a minimum of 3 years in whatever regiment it is. Some served a lot longer, some served a little bit less. But in general, they've all served across. Certainly within my team, I can't tell you a lot about the RLC team, but within my team, everyone has deployed on operations of some description, whether that's deployed to Afghanistan or to Iraq in an infantry warfighting role, or more recently on COVID resilience operations, or UN peacekeeping tours, or tours down to the Falklands, or tours to Kosovo. They've all done something. They've all served, they've all carried a rifle, they've carried body armour, they've dug the trenches, and then they've come across to the team. Usually they come across to the team for 2 to 3 years, depending on what their qualifications are, and then at some point they will return back to the Green Army, back to the Field Army, and carry on their normal job. So for example, Corporal Eddie Rudd there, he served on the team for 2 years. He's being clawed back by the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, and he's deploying to Estonia as part of the NATO peacekeeping effort out there quite shortly. So that'll be him. This is his last display season with the team for the moment, and then hopefully after a couple of years he might pick up sergeant and then come across to the team a bit later on in his military career. So we do still have an operational capability. If something does kick off, we will be dragged back to our battalions, put on green kit, and then we go back to our operational role. So this is a reminder that we're not here just to do display parachuting as much as we absolutely love it. Jumping out of planes is a lot more exciting than digging trenches. In addition to that, all the team, previous to either joining the team or while they're on the team, in their downtime in the winter, we try and get them away to maintain their career courses. So whether it is going on their NCO card, like Private Will Sims, who is in the aircraft now, he's recently passed it, hopefully promoting quite soon. We've also had opportunity to go away on adventure training. So a couple of the guys in the team deployed on exercise Caribbean Express last year, and that sounds as exciting as it actually is. They spent 2 weeks sailing around the Caribbean, part of the Joint Service Adventure Training. And I'm going to take the team skiing and teach them ski touring in March next year as well. So there's all sorts of opportunities that are available to service personnel, which is one of the reasons it's so exciting to be in the Army. But the aircraft's just gone into a little bit more cloud, which is why it's having to bank around and have another attempt at the drop. So it is setting up now for the final jump run. Out of curiosity, with the crowd I can see in front of me, who's done a skydive? Your hands up. Quite a few of you. Still only about 5% though, out of everybody that's here. If anyone would like to do a skydive, then please do, as I said, let us know. Here comes the aircraft now. So you see it's doing a few minor adjustments. That is the display jump master telling 5 left, 5 right, and so on, to getting them lined up. So Ed the pilot is completely reliant on listening to display jump master. Might need a little bit of encouragement, so 3, 2, 1, give them a shout, say jump, 3, 2, 1. It's pretty scary up there, I'll be honest. All right, so go around for another pass. Oh, so we heard it there from the pilot's mouth. It is really, really testing conditions. So they're having one more attempt. So we heard from the pilot there, the 7 on board and 2 may stay on. And the reason for that, or the only reason that will possibly be, is because of the conditions. And it is very, very tricky, this particular demo. So the 2 that will be staying on would be because they have low display numbers, and it makes it a little bit more awkward. As you can see with the arena, we need a minimum of 100 meters by 50 meters, 100 meters length, 50 meters wide. This is all part of the safe system and training place. And unfortunately, because of Eastbourne and the way the geography lays, we've got a big breaker in the middle, which makes it a little bit more complicated. And with the wind coming in from sort of the sea, it makes it even harder for them to arrange themselves and not hit that breaker. So therefore, 2 may stay on, but we'll see. That'll probably be for the RLC Silver Stars though. Here we go. Hopefully this is it. There we got smoke on, ladies and gentlemen. That means they're getting ready to go. Doors open. Somebody is hanging out that aircraft. It should be Lance Corporal Anthony Highland. He should be leading in. And there they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, that's 6 canopies out. So here we go. We've got one there setting in the landing pattern. There's Large Corporal Anthony Highland. He'll be leading us in. Swiftly behind him, you have Corporal Gibson, or Gibbo, from the RLC Silver Stars. You can see that from a different canopy. Look at this, coming in nice and hot. I was wrong, that's Private Jacob Jackson there landing. Here comes Corporal Gibbo, or Gibson, Corporal Gibson, Gibbo. From the RLC Silver Stars, Port Maritime Regiment. There we got Jacob Jackson there in the camera setup. Private Matthew Bottright with a little heel kick there, just showing off. Private Will Sims there, really close to the cross, followed swiftly by Sergeant Frank Millerick, displayed team leader, coming in last but no means least. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, that is all canopy sound, all on the beach, all safe. Thank you very much for your patience. That is very, very, very testing conditions, very, very hard, and it's such an honour that the guys all got in, and again, being welcomed back to Eastbourne Airborne and Eastbourne International Airshow. That is us complete. What's going to happen now is the team are going to gather all their equipment and close it into the centre. They'll have a little bit of a debrief, and then they'll form up over to where I am for just a little bit of a salute and a debrief, and then we'll get the crowd. The beach will be open for you to come and meet the team, and then we're going to go and pack over by the Armu village.
Well, thank you very much indeed, the Prince of Wales Royal Regiment Parachute Display Team. I don't know whether that was an honour or a relief, but it was an outstanding performance in precision landing there to get all 6 of you in such a small space with very demanding conditions. I take my hat off to you. Immensely satisfying. I would imagine you will enjoy your beer this evening. Well, stick around and have a chat with the guys there. Fantastic team to talk to. Now, don't all rush away. Plenty to do, of course, just yet. The lawns will be closing soonish, but you may well get to them to extend a little bit for you. I'm not too sure about that, but of course, plenty of places to go and eat. Put your feet up in town. Do give generously to the bucket collectors, please. We really want to keep this sort of drama. I was just commenting to my colleague here in the box that this was pure theatre this afternoon. Absolutely extraordinary. Everybody just really, really tensed out and just praying for things to happen. Tomorrow, it all gets much better. We've got the Norwegian Vampires coming, 2 Strikemasters. We'll see the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster, of course, doing some special stuff with our friends from 29 Squadron up at Coningsby. Richard Goodwin's back tomorrow, bringing his brand new jet pits with the jet turbines now cleared for flying, which is just brilliant. The only type in the world of this configuration. Absolutely fantastic. Plus, of course, all the other things that we just take for granted, like the Red Arrows, the Team Raven, you know, the Tutor, the Rolls-Royce Spitfire Mustang, and many others you haven't seen today. So do make most of that. I don't know whether there are any tickets left for Adele tomorrow night, but it might be worth checking that. It's not her, of course, but it's a very, very good tribute act. And of course, pick up a programme taken home with you for tomorrow night. But our huge thanks to West Rocks Hotel for their kind and generous donation. The View, Cumberland and Lansdowne for accommodating the display teams. Duem Monk Renewables for their sponsorship support. Caffins for supporting Radio Airborne. So many of you. The driving all done with electric cars from Birchwood and Euro Self-Drive as well. Environment First, brilliant job with sustaining this show for the future. Do make sure you have all your belongings with you and dispose of your rubbish sensibly, please. And if not, take it all home and don't forget the kids, will you? Okay, Germany printed the daily flying times for you, and Neighbourhood First helping us out. But OMG helping us with that sustainability support as well. Stagecoach Park and Bus Service getting you back. I forget the time. I think it was 16:40. The last bus back to the car park. I'm just double checking that for you now. 6:40. I meant to say 6:40. The last bus back to 5 Acre Field. And finally, a huge number of volunteers helping us, particularly the Rotary Clubs of Sovereign Harbour. Thank you so much for making this. But also our grateful thanks to you, the great British people, for turning out on a tricky day, and particularly to the Flying Display Management team, run by Dave Walton. You heard him earlier on today. It's not an easy task, and they worked really, really hard to get displays for you in the air this afternoon. And everybody was absolutely open and honest with you. When it was getting tricky, we stopped, and when we had a chance to do something, we did it. And I hope you will join me in thanking them so much. But at the end of the day, our grateful thanks, it was Eastbourne Borough Council and the events team led by Pete Martin, who've really done the job of making this show happen. So support them generously, give generously into those buckets. Very shortly, I'll be handing you back over to Radio Airbourne. Tune into them on 87.7 if you're driving your car. And, well, all I can do is wish you a good night, and make sure you join us again tomorrow.